Good evening. Oh, there we are. Mm. Ah, ah, that's some popcorn in my teeth. Why hasn't the human jaw, teeth and jaw, evolved to deal with like popcorn and corn and shit like that gets caught in your teeth? And yet, come on, where's this evolution? Well, that shit should happen faster. God damn it. Oh god. All right, so we're starting chapter 3. What's piece of cake? Macaroon and waffles, light and fluffy chiffon cake? Happiness for one and all, the sweetest temptations. There, where, over there. Take a peek inside the oven. I have no idea what this is supposed to sound like. Look, it's freshly baked desserts. Piece of cake. Let's cook again today. This program should brings back memories. Gregory. Dude, he looks like he's like 15 there. Tomorrow I'm heading towards that fateful place with your son. To find out the truth of 18 years ago. So, we'll see if this keeps up with the Case 3 blues that apparently every single type of game like this has. Or at least this and Danganronpa. Or if it'll shatter my expectations. Of course, it could also shatter my expectations in a negative way, in which it is actually worse than Big Top. But again, my expectations really doubts it's gonna be worse than Big Top. Oh, man. Just wish. Anybody have like an invention where just take a little specialized vacuum, put it up my nose, and it just sucks all the boogers out, but just boogers, not my brain or any other bodily fluids or something like that, or maybe just dries them all out. Sprays are supposed to do that, but fuck if they actually work all the time. I want something that's like insta dry. Come on, come on. Okay. Now the bot is up. There we go. Okay. So Fateful Place. I'm assuming he's not talking about the courthouse where he died, right? Some other fateful place, which means we're talking about something else other than his death. I guess we'll see. Fateful place where he conceived Edgeworth, maybe? I mean, Zodiac Art Gallery, who knows? Looks like a classy enough spot to conceive of a classy child. So this is where my parents fucked. Mr. Shields, isn't it about time you told me what this is all about? This is where your parents conceived you. No! Don't use that word. My mother was a virgin. She never had sex. It's odd how many of us are like really freaked out by that idea. I'm not immune to that freak out. I don't know what it is. It's just... Your parents had sex. Oh, dude, I want to fucking know that. Keep that shit to yourself. You keep the obvious knowledge of that to your goddamn self. Don't bring me into that sharing of obvious knowledge. Probably. You're probably right. I have prone to those freak outs. I'm just a snotty mess right now. Speaking of gross stuff, that just kind of kept coming out. Anyways. I am the byproduct of my mother and father using their joint logic. If only, right? If only. I don't know, but it's fucking obnoxious. Yeah, exactly. They held hands. Like any wholesome couple of people that love each other, you know? You hold hands and boom, child is conceived. Just be careful who you hold hands with. One of my first thoughts was his mom. We don't really know much about his mom. Why did you bring me to this museum with you? You're not busy now, are you, Miles? I thought it would be nice if we could share a romance of the constellations together. I beg your pardon, but I would like to leave. Sorry, it was just a joke. Do you know about the final case your father worked on? The IS-7 incident? Yes, Manfred von Karma showed it to me immediately after I became a prosecutor. I reviewed the case file again last night after you invited me here. And while I don't remember it very well, I also had been in attendance at the trial back then. When I was young, I loved watching my father do battle in the courtroom. I would not bring my kid with me to watch me do battle in court. Like, at all. You know the type of shit kids could see in, especially if we're talking murder cases? Good fucking lord. During that trial, it was my father, the defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth, against my former mentor, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma. And while the trial ended with the defendant being declared guilty. I see. So you were there too, at Gregory's final trial. In that case, I'll cut to the chase and tell you what you want to know. The truth. No, the truth about the IS-7 incident. Why are you putting that in quotes? It happened 18 years ago, during the winter. All the buildings were covered in snow, coating the entire town like a layer of frosting. And it was in this very place that the incident occurred. This was all before Uncle Ray became a defense attorney. I was his annoying companion. Mr. Edgeworth, this request sure was sudden, don't you think? God, I don't know. He's just kind of like a... I mean, he is Clark Kent. Well, I'm sure that's the real reason he's fucked up in many ways. I mean, he's like, it's a cool design, but it's also generic. But not in a bland way, just in a way that he could just remind you of several different fictional characters. Indeed, we were contacted immediately after the client was arrested. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I am a defense attorney. I brought my assistant, Raymond, with me to meet our client, but... Murder on Christmas Eve? This is just too much! Oh, in the darkness, a miraculous meeting! Welcome one and all to the visitor's room! Amazing! So this is what meeting a client is like. No, it's not at all. But even the fucking guard is like... Ah! It all happened so suddenly, I was completely surprised. I'm also surprised. Modeled after Gregory Peck in To Kill a Mockingbird. Oh, okay. That's cool. One of the first books I ever read that had anything law related. In fact, probably the first book I ever read that had where the law was like the central focus, at least in terms of like the setting and stuff. Like, before that, all I read was like A Wrinkle in Time and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Fun books, but not much about law. More crazy acid trips, which I also did not understand as a third grader. Of course not. It's all American stuff. Actually, was Doll American? Yo, what's up, Mr. Dominguez? Give me the very sad books. Roald Dahl is... He's British. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that's actually American. Or the author, at least, was an American. How do you not know what Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is? Because that is, I would not think that was something that was confined to America. Madeline L'Engle she was American. Okay, so A Wrinkle in Time. That book was crazy. And they've made 2 really bad movies out of it, which is unfortunate. I have never read The Great Expectations. We were never forced to read that book, oddly enough. Are you talking to me, Tara? I have no idea. I don't know what employment rights he has in the state of, assuming you're talking about Pennsylvania. So you read Shakespeare? I mean, we've all read Shakespeare. Some of that shit's hard to get through. But get back to me when you're in high school and you have to read Homer. Then complain to me about Shakespeare. All you Shakespeare haters out there. Good Lord, is Homer just... Like, the stories are awesome, but the text is... Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about employment law in Pennsylvania. I would think Nick would know more than I would. So I liked most of what I read in Shakespeare. I'd say most. There were some things though that were just like, Romeo, yeah, I would agree. Romeo and Juliet was just, bleh. Ugh. Well, then why not just read a Cliff Notes version of it? You don't have to read the actual text in it. Yeah, I would agree with that, Dominic. Those arguments never really made sense to me. The writing is bad. Well, in what sense? Because his use of language was different? Then we're just talking about relative eras, right? In which case, can that be like a legitimate criticism? Oh, the way they wrote back in, you know, fucking, what was he? 1500s, 1600s, 14, 15th century, 16th century, whatever. They wrote so poorly. Well, their standard of English was different. Like, somebody 100 years from now could be like, man, everybody that wrote English in the year 2021 was dog shit. And so that would almost like invalidate any of the criticism, because it's like, well, it's all about what time you're in. Do you think you write like dog shit? Probably not if you're criticizing Shakespeare. The 16th, 17th century. I don't know why I thought it was the 1400s. Yeah, the Greek epics are cool. They are really cool. They are just very difficult to read. And again, it's not because it's written poorly. It's just the writing of the time was very different, and so it's kind of hard to ingest. Not that everyone has to read fucking J.K. Rowling, but the way we're taught English, it makes that type of writing a little more difficult to read. I would agree. I would agree with Dominic that it's like this trend over the last couple decades. Just like, oh, Shakespeare's bad. What? If Shakespeare's bad, then your standards must be that like 98% of authors are bad. In which case, sure, then by your ridiculous standards, you might be right. I thought Charles Dickens wrote some very interesting characters. So in that regard, I give him all the praise he deserves. That's what kept me going through most of his books. Not necessarily the stories themselves, but the characters I always found to be very well done, dynamic. Yeah, and I think most of that has to do with the story. There's like, his stories could be more concise. It's almost like he falls in love with his own. One thing you can do as an author, and I'm not saying this is what he did, but I know one thing you can do as an author if you have really good characters and you really like your characters, you can fall in love with writing about those characters, and then the story itself ends up getting dragged out, and you're like, you didn't need that much story. You could have cut part of that. You just wanted to, you know, to write more of that character instead of realizing that be more concise. Hey Zod, filled with snot. Alright, so I need to voice this guy. I was thinking about singing all of his words, but that would get fucking annoying. Not just for you, but for me as well. I could, it wouldn't be very good. Yeah, I could give him that voice. Although it doesn't really line up with my singing voice for him. Alright.
1,000 pardons for startling you. I am merely expressing my happiness through song. Welcome one and all, and I greatly appreciate you coming.
He's just fucking ridiculous. Like, he's a huge guy, and I'm giving him the yeah, we might keep this. So you're the client for this case?
Indeed.
My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm defense attorney. I will be representing you in court. It's kind of supposed to be a creepy voice. I find any guy that starts singing the way he does to be creepy. Like, don't introduce yourself in song, bruh. The fuck over yourself. That is a fucking fro, though. Man. Let's just put it this way. When he came in and he was singing, I did not expect that to be his face. In terms of, like, he's got an intense face. Like Vic? Trying to bring back disco? I should give him the fucking Travolta voice. I don't think I can do Travolta very well, though. By the way, was it Saturday Night Fever? Whatever that famous Travolta dancing movie is one of the craziest fucking movies I've ever seen. It makes mostly no sense. I can't believe people are like, this is a great movie. I'm like, this movie is bad. It's incoherent. The actions are seemingly random. The acting is bad. Transitions are generally awful. Grease is fine. The problem I have with Grease is that my sister watched it too much. But that's not an indictment on the movie. That's just more that she watched it too much and I got annoyed with it. I hope you're not in the hospital. Detective Four Eyes. Yeah, I bet you feel like a dick now, huh? Talking ill of the dead. This is my assistant, Raymond Shields.
Nice to meet you. I'll do my best to help you.
Relax, Raymond. Please excuse his jerks. He's working part-time in my office as an apprentice. I thought I'd let him assist me in this investigation. I'm trying to think if there's something else that's more appropriate for him, but... No, I don't want to make him Chef Ramsay. He's too happy. It wouldn't really work. Oh God. Well, I hope your recovery goes well. How long is the recovery supposed to be? I have no idea. No. This is where I wish I had more range. Trying to like speak it into my head. Bob Ross. Samuel L. Jackson. No. Was this something that was planned? Or is it more like an emergency situation? Oh, that's good. That it was planned, I guess, instead of something that was an emergency. Well, I hope the healing goes well. I know a little something about painful healing processes. Of course, I'm not sure what it is with you, but for me, it was my eyes, and that was not pleasant. So I hope your healing goes better than mine. Well, the healing went fine, but in terms of pain and irritation, it was... Ugh. Optimus Prime? I can't do I can't sound like Optimus. Well, no, I can't sound like Optimus Prime. Okay. So.
So, Mr. Gregory and Raymond, correct? I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
My job involves saving my clients from crimes in which they were falsely accused. First, I should determine if he is truly innocent. First, I would like to know more about you.
I've forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Jeffrey Master. What? You mean you're Master Jeff? The world's greatest pastry chef, Jeff Master, the Master Chef?
God, he fucking reminds me of what's-his-face, our client from the last case, Tommy Wiseau.
Yes, I am honored that you have heard of me. All of my fans call me Master Jeff. Wowzers, I'm totally starstruck. I can't believe I get to meet Master Jeff.
Look at his eyes. Raymond seems to know quite a bit about Mr. Master. Mr. Master.
Master Jeff makes fantastic desserts while putting on a song and dance show.
Wait, are we both saying, what's for dessert today?
macaroons and waffles, light and fluffy, chiffon cake? I don't actually know what that is. Happiness for one and all, the sweetest temptations. There, where? Over there. Take a peek inside the oven. Look, it's freshly baked desserts. Jazz hands. I got caught up in their song myself. Chiffon? 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 Very light cake made with vegetable oil, eggs, sugar, flour, baking powder, and flavorings. Huh. Kinda sounds like a pound cake. Oh, I see. I think I have a better idea of what you mean. Yeah, I've never had one before. At least not that I know of. Oh, of course that singing is going to be bad. I didn't think I'd have to sing with fucking Ray's voice back and forth. Ugh. That's probably the best idea. Woohoo! I'm so happy that I got to sing with Master Jeff. It's my dream come true. Oh, thank you. I am happy to hear that as well. If Tower here, he'd want me to do the MJ voice. God, I hate doing the MJ voice. Mr. Master. Raymond, shall we return to the matter at hand? Yes, of course. My sincerest apologies for making you wait. Now, where should we start? I know, right? It's almost like I'm not a musician at all. It's a hybrid of a sponge cake and another cake that I have never heard of before. Is it Genoise? 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 He does look taller than 6'1". Part of that's his hair, I think. The Edwards have a thing with letting their, like, hands, like, just kind of fall to gravity. Oh god, we get enough of ASMR with Samugi. You are the world's greatest pastry chef, but you are also skilled in song and dance? Yes. When I'm having a good time, my body just moves to the rhythm by itself. You seem to enjoy making desserts from the bottom of your heart. Oh, if you don't have a good time making desserts, you won't make anything good. You know, I gotta agree. I can't imagine myself, like, being mad when I'm making a cake. Cookies or something. Now I want to make cookies. Creating desserts that bring happiness to one and all is my purpose in life. Master Jeff's desserts are practically works of art. They sparkle and look so delicious. He's famous for his dreamlike desserts. Yeah, I think we got that already. Bring happiness to all with his dreamlike desserts, huh? Hey, dog. Not their fingers. Their fingers remain stiff. It kind of did. He's like, come on. We're supposed to shake here. Oh, it wouldn't work because they have the glass up. Oh, fuck, I thought about doing that too, and I just completely forgot. No, that's fine. Genoise. Genoise is a simple sponge cake made with, so it's a mix of a sponge cake and a sponge cake.
So it's a mix of a sponge cake and a specific type of sponge cake. Oh, so I've actually probably had that before. Because that sounds familiar. If you're talking about, like, you can find it in some layer cakes. Updated your browser? What browser? I just want somebody to come in here and say, I use Edge and I use it proudly. So we can be like, wow, you monster. You monster. Speaking of neglectful, I was fucking neglectful. Jeez. We really need to set up that thing so it automatically does it whenever I go live. So I don't have to keep forgetting to do it. Whatever, less things to worry about, the better. Oh, you know, if they used Edgeworth as their, like, mascot, it would suddenly become 100% better, even if the functionality changed not at all. Oh, I've never used Opera. I'm not saying that. I do not use Edge. It's somehow gotten worse over time. Oh, you did. Yeah, I don't use it either. Oh, I see. The incident occurred in your estate, is that correct?
Yes. That's where the great dessert contest was being held. It seems that the body was discovered in one of my creations.
Wait, what?
They found it in one of your desserts? For that reason, I was arrested by the detectives in charge of the initial investigation. I would never do something as vile as robbing someone of their life. I'm certain that the police will also realize that they have made a mistake.
In this criminal justice system?
Really?
Do you know anything about the victim?
He was a man named Isaac Dover?
Isaac Dover? Zach Dover? Zach Dover? What's that? It's supposed to be like snacked over? Because of the food? But the N is very conspicuously missing.
He was one of the competitors in the contest. He was a wonderful man who made desserts of the highest beauty. Why did he have to die?
I see. He truly seems to be grieving over the victim's death. I believe I have a sufficient understanding of Mr. Master's personality. He said all of like 12 lines of dialogue to you. That's incredible. Mr. Master, before I accept your request, there is one final matter I must confirm. You did not kill Mr. Dover. Can I take your word for it?
Yes, that is correct. I did not kill him. No matter what happens, I would never take another person's life.
Those aren't the eyes of a killer, of a liar, or a killer. I understand, I believe you. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us.
The pleasure is all mine. I am grateful to speak with someone other than a detective.
That is true. That is more than some of Phoenix clients. But Phoenix is never like, ha, 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 three lines. Ha, I know their personality exactly. He can tell if they're lying because he has a cheat code. But that's a little different. Not like some inherent capability of evaluating a situation so quickly. I would need more than that. Although that could be more because of my cynical persona. Like, I'm almost always assuming that somebody's putting up a front to some degree when I meet them the first time. Because, in my capacity as an attorney, because who wants to meet with somebody they want to represent them and be like, who's going to meet them and not be like, I want them to not have the best possible opinion of me initially. They do the same thing, because it's like you're both selling to each other. Later, Tara. No, that's inherent talent right there. Yeah, I was like, is that a boat? Is it chocolate? Like, what is it? I want it in my belly right now. Next, we shall begin our investigation of the crime scene. We will report back with our findings once we have finished.
Mr. Gregory Raymond, I wish you good luck.
There weren't musical notes, but he was like... Okay, I'll have to think about something for that. Chocolate will kill your gains, bruh. I know. Believe me, I know. I made myself yesterday. Like 2:30, I'm like, oh god. My bad eating habits and low energy have caught up with me. It's close to being the heftiest I have ever been. Or at least reaching the same ceiling that I have before. So I gotta start my altered KY diet again, which will be just great. No more candy ropes. Gotta eat fewer Reese's. Rice, beans, some sort of lean meat. For at least, well, I say at least, but I hope to then only make it 2 meals a day. Oh, that'll be just splendid. But it works. 100% of the time. It works every time, as long as I'm disciplined. But most diets will work for everyone, or for anyone, as long as you can follow the instructions. It would only be cheating if you were emotionally talking to the other lawyer. You're connecting emotionally. On a romantic level. As long as that's not the case, you're fine. I mean, some people are just better at it than others. I mean, for me, excessive social interaction in general is exhausting. And I'm good at it. But it's still exhausting. Oh, I envy the people that can just do it with like it's nothing. And they're just like, yeah, I've got all the energy in the world. I come back from a day of work and I'm like if I have a full day of work, I'm like, sleep. Blah. And then I'm late for stream. That happens. I'm too lazy for that. Fair enough. Beef stew sounds good. God, I'm fucking hungry again. I think it's because I've been really anxious lately. When I get anxious, I'm somebody where now I get anxious, I eat. Sucks. Hey, Ventus. Phew. It sure is cold outside. I didn't expect it to be snowing this hard. Indeed, a blizzard like this will probably not clear up for a while. But even so, this mansion is ginormous. So this is what Master Jeff's place is like, huh? If you're going to hold a contest in your own home, you would need this much space after all. Oh, this is his house? La la la, welcome. Thank you for coming. Eek! Didn't you know we were here? Oh my, are you okay? I'm so very sorry. Would you happen to be Monsieur Edgeworth? Yes, I am Gregory Edgeworth. And I'm his assistant, Raymond Shields. Greetings and welcome, Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields. Please call me Catherine Hall. I am in charge of the household affairs of this estate, and am also Monsieur Master's assistant. Oh god, that sounds so weird. Monsieur Master's assistant. On the way, you're the famous Kate, aren't you? I mean, it definitely happens. But, like, you're right. Like, I couldn't do that. I'm also too lazy to do that. You know of me? I don't think I could do a French, like... It's hard enough for me to do a French accent, or bad French accent in a male's voice. I don't think there's any way I can do it in a female's voice. Of course I do. I see you on TV all the time. I'm a big fan of Piece of Cake. Oh goodness, I'm glad to hear that you're a fan. Tell me, what is this piece of cake? God, it almost sounds like Russian there, right? Like, tell me, what is this piece of cake? It's a TV show that's hugely popular with the kids. Wow, she is, how is she balancing that? What even happened in this scenario? Like, how did this position come to be? So he like she was behind him, but facing forward like this. No, that wouldn't work. She would have to be facing this. She would have to be facing the opposite way. He like picks her up by the waist, and she's like holding it, and he picks her up like this. She like adjusts the fucking plate so she like goes backwards, but is still holding it in her left hand without hitting him, by the way. Well, he would have had to come over her hand with the plate. And she lifts it, so she keeps it balanced, and then as he's doing that, he has her forward with his other hand. He takes a beater and like whips the frosting off that cake in front of him, all the way in front of him, and then backwards. I'm sorry if we're spending a lot of time on this, but this is actually kind of insane. Were they even dancing? I'm not even sure you could dance and pull this off. This requires too much precision. If you can tell that the accent's French, I guess it's okay, but I don't think it's very good. Magic. She's resting her, wait, on what table? I see one foot way the fuck up here in the air. This is this is actually a fucking crazy pose. They have to be ultimates to do this. It is on top chat. Now we're on live chat. It's a TV show that you... Oh, you said that. Master Jean and Kate sing and dance while they make precious, delicious treats. Just like this. Is he like doing the pose? What's for dessert today? Cookies and caramel and rich and feathery cream puffs. Let's make it together. A delectable paradise. Here, there, everywhere. Just open up the oven. Now it's time for dessert. It seems like there's too many words for the tune. Or there's not enough words for the tune. There's not enough words for the tune. Huh. I don't know, maybe I'm just not picking it up very well. Oh, Monsieur Shields, that was incredible. I always practice along with the show. Maybe I should tell my son about this show. But man, doing this dance repeatedly sure works up your appetite. Ah, pardon my inconsideration. I've forgotten to take care of our guests. Please relax and have some tea. She's like 100% the real killer, right? That was rhetorical. Don't answer that. Oh, this is some fine Ceylon tea. It's Ceylon, right? That C is pronounced like an S? That's true. The Japanese song could have made a lot more sense. C-E-Y is pronounced suh? That's interesting. Okay. I'll take your word for it, because I have no idea. Just, not what I would have guessed. This is some fine Ceylon tea. I hear the aroma of citrus does wonders for your concentration. I was able to say it right, but when I was like looking forward in the sentence, I thought that said for your constipation. Maybe it does. Maybe it does too. I see, constipation. So this is what Ceylon tea smells like. Oh, these saucers are chilled.
Yes, they help cool the tea more quickly for people who are bad with hot beverages.
That's so considerate of you, Kate. She's cute. I like her Sonic the Hedgehog hair. Oh, it's like, kind of like What's-Her-Face's hair, right? Didn't she have a similar hairstyle? The girl from the first case? Oh, that's what Google... Oh, in terms of... I thought you were talking about the constipation thing. You're talking about the pronunciation. I'm sure it's right. I just don't understand why it's right. Was it Nicole? Miss Swift. Was it Nicole Swift? I think you're right. I think you're both right. Oh, like a soup? Kind of makes sense. Yeah, I just, like, I can do it with coffee, but more because it's like I need it for the caffeine. Like, I just need the fucking caffeine, so like, we'll just deal with it. But other than that, nah, I'm not really a fan of the hot beverage. And I prefer chilled coffee, but not chilled black coffee. I will tell you is significantly worse than hot black coffee. Both of them are bad, but if you're gonna get black coffee, get it hot, because chilled black coffee, it like the temperature brings out the bitterness even more of the coffee beans, and it tastes disgusting. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by this randomness. Yeah, my wife's like that too. She's much better with like cooking because of that. I'm okay. Like I've figured out my own way to do things, but like the way she works, she just like goes in the oven and stuff. I'm like, how? I have to put like 3 oven mitts on just to like kind of put my hand in the oven. The overcompensation of their skills and persona. No, I wouldn't say I've had a client that I would say is comparable to a cartoon or fictional character, no. I mean, I've had some like flamboyant clients before, but not anything that would be, I would say, that I would call out of the ordinary. She's so sweet. Like I said, she's too sweet. I'm pretty sure she's gonna end up being the killer, but we'll see. But like I said, I love her design. She is a sweet cutie. Cutie pie?
Yes, they help cool the tea more quickly for people who are bad with hot beverages. I said this already.
I see. These teacups also have a wonderful design.
Oh, thank you very much. They are one of the few pride and joys of our estate, ordered directly from France. They were made by the famed sculptor Pierre Hoquet?
The T's not pronounced there, right? Or is that only when there's 2 T's? Or is it not when there are 2 T? I don't know the French language.
Pierre Hoquet.
Unless followed by a vowel. Okay.
Pierre Hoquet.
So like that. Kind of. jeez. The fucking first and last letters aren't pronounced. That's fucking difficult. Like, what am I supposed to do with these? You don't pronounce the H or the O or the Q or the U or the E or the T. You just say Pierre. You're like, oh, Pierre. And you're also in parentheses thinking that name. They are my absolute favorite articles of tableware. You seem to greatly appreciate this man's works. Yes, they're like treasures to me. She actually kind of looks like a Southern belle. But I don't think she is supposed to be, right? She appears to be very honest about what she likes. I also like murder. I mean, not murder. I mean, well, I don't know. Yep, you got me. I'm done. I killed him. Get. Okay. Pierre, okay. What's the pun there? Just Pierre, okay? Knowledge. Can we agree that Ty Lopez has ruined that word forever? I know we speak an inordinate amount about Ty Lopez in my streams, and I can't stand him, but it's mostly because he's really the first, I will give him credit. That's like the first YouTube ad that I really remember, like, vividly seeing. And then the person, the content creator who inspired me to start streaming, because he started streaming before I did, and he made me want to stream. Game Bunny did a parody video of that for his channel trailer, which was also really fucking funny. And so those two things together means that I'm always gonna remember that damn ad. They're okay, I see, okay. Who? Who is Ty Lopez? Have you ever seen that ad where the dude's like, he's got glasses and some facial hair. He's like, what am I doing? That's not the fucking camera. It's like this. Hold on. He'll do this. Go like this. Hey, it's me here. My garage. Just take a look at the Lamborghini I just bought. But what I'm really proud of is my bookshelf back here that I just got. Knowledge. And that's when he goes on his knowledge thing. Put me down! He's like one of those motivational speakers, and from what I understand, not motivational speakers, but, well, kinda. But also, from what I understand, and I don't really know, because I've never bothered looking at his material, because he seems like a scam artist to me, is that he was one of the progenitors of that, hey,
Are you tired of your 9-to-5 job? I don't work 9 to 5 at all. I just get up and work 15 minutes a day, and I make 6 figures by going on the internet and doing these things that I'm not actually going to tell you what they do. But let me show you my pay stub. I've helped over 175 people ditch their 9-to-5 job and end up making more money doing significantly less, as though this fucking wonder job exists. Why wouldn't everybody fucking do that then? Those jobs don't exist. They're all, it's all like a new age Ponzi scheme. Because apparently, what I was told is that what a lot of those scams do is that they basically teach you how to sell the scam to other people. That is a Ponzi scheme. Those are illegal. Apparently something they're doing is preventing it from being considered illegal. I don't know what it is. I don't know the ins and outs as much. But again, it's just what I was told. I don't know. Obviously, check the facts for yourself, because I cannot say for certain that that is what happens, because I have not participated in these classes. I think it was Moist Critical that was talked about in one of his videos recently. Semi-recently. That dude, Charlie's fucking hilarious. I don't think there's a more genuine person on YouTube right now. I don't think I've seen anything from the Feeding the Trolls series. I should check that out. He has mastered it. He is the real Mr. Master. Jeweler being a pyramid scheme. So they don't take a percentage from the people that sell the service? That they teach how to sell the service? Is that how that works then? Thank you, Miss All, but it's time for us to move on to business. Are there any details that you can give us about the incident?
You're right. I sometimes get so distracted welcoming guests that I forget myself. To tell the truth, I was the one who discovered Monsieur Dover's body.
So you were the first one to discover the body? Is it true that the body was discovered in one of Mr. Master's desserts?
Yes, it was during the judging of the Great Dessert Contest. I heard the sound of something breaking from Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur Master, are you in here? Eek! When I looked inside the room, I saw Monsieur Dover's body inside the treasure chest.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have made you recall such painful memories.
No, I should be the one apologizing for not being much help.
Now then, I believe it's time for us to start investigating the crime scene.
Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields. Please find some way to save Monsieur Master. Monsieur Master is not someone who could commit murder.
Yes, of course. Just leave it to us.
And I shall entrust it to you. If you'll excuse me, I have to continue serving tea to the other inspectors.
Raymond, let's head to the crime scene.
Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth.
Man, that's a hell of a dessert.
Wow, this whole thing is made of chocolate. I can't believe I'm seeing Master Jeff's desserts up so close, even though they contained a dead body.
Wow. Maybe Miles should take a page out of his dad's book. Looks like his dad was like allowed himself to enjoy things. There was a time and place for it. Whereas Edgeworth is like, joy does not exist in the world except for during my secret time from 8 to 8:30 every evening. You'll never know what I do or what show I watch during that time. You'd eat that shit in a heartbeat? Well, you certainly would eat that shit in a heartbeat if that's where he voided his bowels after he died. Or any other bodily fluids. So... enjoy! Probably, Nemo. Oh, God. Were this not the scene of a murder, I admit I too would have delighted in this occasion. Why did that pop up? Ugh. Now that you've reminded me it's a murder scene, I'm getting shivers down my spine. Perhaps it's because this room is cold to begin with? Now that you mention it, this room really is cold. Achoo! This song is the fucking jam. My voice for him was like just my kind of standard like gruff voice, right?
Never expected the defense attorney to show up so early.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Jeff Masters' defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. This is my assistant, Raymond.
How do you do? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide.
Did not peg him for a Tyrell. Did we get that name in the first game? That was just Detective Bad. I don't remember that.
Mr. Bad, the detective in charge of this case, a man of few words.
he doing? Why? Is that his magic power? If he writes your name on a sheet of paper and then eats it, he gets a good idea of your personality then? Okay, but there's a quirk and then there's, what the fuck is this? Like, just because everybody has a quirk doesn't actually, like, excuse the quirks that are given. It doesn't. Why is he eating paper? I guess maybe I'll find out. The quirk has to be in some way related to their personality. Otherwise, it's a worthless quirk. It's a quirk to be quirky. And that's the worst type of quirky. I guess. I hope the follow-up line to this is Raymond going, Ray, stop fucking eating paper. That's disgusting. I hope you're not writing with a lead pencil. Well, you admit to illicitly acquiring the feces, right? Yeah, you know what happens when you intake more lead? You don't really have legal options. I mean, social options seem to be through the roof. Hey, Mike, happy hump day. Comes in Monday like, oh man, feels like I have a case of the Mondays. Whew, that low energy start to the week. Thursday comes in like, hey, Mike, working hard or hardly working, brother? But, right, so, like, we don't have lead pencils now, but wasn't it lead in the past, like, actually lead in the past? Ah, the common name pencil lead is due to an historic, that's not correct. A historic association with the stylus made of lead, stylus made of lead in ancient Roman times. Okay, so no, they were never made. Tastes kind of bitter. He ate the paper. He likes to digest his memos in his stomach as well as in his mind. I know, it's fucking stupid.
It's just a strange habit of his. Please don't be too concerned. It would probably be too much to ask him to... it would... yeah, don't be too concerned. It would probably be too much to ask him not to be concerned at all. More importantly, Detective Bad, will you give us permission to participate in the investigation? Permission denied. God.
Why, Miss Edgeworth is Master Jeff's defense attorney.
Defense attorneys plant false evidence to try and get their not guilty verdict. I don't want their kind to disturb the crime scene.
Mr. Edgeworth would never use false evidence to defend his clients.
I can't trust that coming from a defense attorney. Do the police still suspect Mr. Master even after the investigation? If we didn't, we wouldn't have arrested him. That is an excellent double negative. I believe that Mr. Master is innocent. That's why I have come to investigate. Believing in his innocence without investigating the crime scene. How naive.
Well, okay, it doesn't fucking matter because you weren't going to allow me to investigate the crime scene anyways.
Jesus.
Any law against taking this shit? I don't know. I'm not well versed in zoo law. Sorry. What you'd have to ask is the shit the property of the zoo? And if such, you would need permission to remove it. Some sort of permission, whether explicit or implied, to remove the shit. However, if the shit merely being a byproduct of its property means it does not own said shit, well, then it matters in how you would go about obtaining it, because you can't go in the exhibits. I'm pretty sure that's all against the rules.
That's why I would that's why I would like your permission to investigate. By investigating the crime scene, I want to ascertain if my thinking was naive or not. So you don't intend to leave until you've investigated the crime scene? Question mark? Yes. Fine then. I will give you permission to investigate the crime scene. Thank you. But I'll be accompanying you. I can't trust you defense attorneys after all. You understand that? You can begin your investigation.
That's a lollipop.
I'm a little surprised myself. I was expecting it to be marijuana. All right, let's begin the investigation. Raymond, be sure to take notes on the case.
Leave it to me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Just begin already.
Ah. Okay. Okay. Now we're thinking here. If you don't actually have to go into the exhibit to get the feces, and the feces is not considered part of zoo property, then you could argue then that possession is now yours, especially since you are in actual possession of it. It was voluntarily transferred to you. A new retro style video game. I don't think you can get any better than Atari graphics with that, though. I'm almost positive there is no case law for this. Hold on. I'm mildly curious. Oh, God. That is not what I wanted to know. Okay. We're done with that. Feeding zoo carcasses to other zoo animals. Ugh. Okay, that does remind me, though. I'm not one, generally, to to criticize anyone for their choice in what they decide to eat or not to eat. Vegetarian, vegan, that's your thing. That is, that's all right. But there was a meme that gave me quite the chuckle last week. And that meme stated, what vegans think happened to all animals when they die. And it was a picture of like an elderly person surrounded by their family, and they're all smiling and like, oh, we're having one last moment with you before you die, as though they don't get viciously murdered in the wild by other animals. Oh, God. Again, I don't have anything against these people, but that was fucking funny. Oh, God. Whew. Whew. I hope people don't eat orangutan shit. There are people that eat shit, though, which is problematic. Oh, I'm never expecting the punchline. I do like dark humor. I have my limits, though. I for one was never a fan of, for those that, I don't know if this is still a thing, but there were these little, this trend that pops up every so often where people start overly sharing dead baby jokes. And that's one area that I'm like, that's not for me. That's not for me. But doesn't human shit also contain substances you should not be consuming? Otherwise, in theory, wouldn't you be able to survive on your own shit? It had to be chocolate too, right? That depends on the rules. Most places will leave it in a lost and found because it's a matter of, did you technically abandon it? And abandonment can vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Generally speaking, just misplacing something does not mean you have ceded ownership of it. But again, it's a matter of when is something considered abandoned. The fuck is this guy?
Excuse me, but you are? No.
I have no idea. That's what I thought. But now this gets into that discussion that I've had before. There are certain accents I don't do because I feel like it's not okay for me to do them versus other accents. And that one I'd probably feel kind of bad doing. My apologies. I was meditating. God, no, that's way too fucking annoying. God, that's awful. What was the how was the concept? How's the concept described to me? Talking down in humor? So I'd have your accent, but I have no idea what you... I have no idea how to do that. Oh, he definitely has some sort of accent. Punching down. Every time when a comedian crosses the line, you may hear someone argue that the joke should only punch up, not down. They mean to say you should only ridicule or imitate people who are regarded as powerful. Problem is, you can always say a joke is punching down if you place the subject of that joke below the person telling it. So it's a moving sort of... But yeah, I mean, whether you agree with that or not is... doesn't really matter. What matters is what I believe, and I just feel inherently bad about punching down. And here, at least, in the US, you're talking about like a Russian accent, which is a part of a group of people that are not considered the minorities, whereas somebody who's Japanese would be. I've always struggled with it because I'm not sure it's entirely valid or correct. So it's something that I've always felt weird about. The fact that I feel weird about it tells me that there's something to it. So I try to be careful. You might be thinking of it from a Russian perspective, Maxim, but I'm thinking of it from an American perspective, and that's not. Russian would be seen similar to Irish. Not to say that that's correct either. That might be off base in and of itself. I'm just explaining the perspective behind it. Well, but that's the thing. I don't, and I disagree with that sort of reasoning. I personally, if somebody wants to make fun of my accent, a Midwestern, you know, when it comes out or whatever, I don't care. It can be funny. But I think that partly has something to do with my position. Like, the people in the position of power, it's harder to say anything that's going to offend them because they're in the position of power. It's the reason why if you have in like a race war, you call a black person the N-word, it means more and matters more than if you attempt to come up with some slur for a white person. There's not even like a slur that is as prominent as the N-word for a white person, because there can't be. Because of the position of power. That's how that works. I called my dad the N-word, I called my mom a cracker or something. Is that on the same level? No. No, it's not. Not at all. She's not gonna be offended. She'd probably laugh, and he'd get fucking pissed. So the perspective of, well, I can't see why they would do it, that's just their problem, is really narrow-minded and doesn't actually attempt to understand the position of someone else who might be in that lower situation. Again, when we're talking about that position of power. Taco. Now, will you give me one of them tacos there? I'm a Midwestern person. Somebody makes fun of me, it's like, okay, you got me. But if somebody made fun of me for being a black person, on the other hand, that's a lot worse. All depends on what we're talking about. Taco. Right, exactly. Like, I feel like every attempt is some really vain attempt to, like, we're really trying to get something up in the upper echelon of racial slurs, and it just never works. Because it's never going to work. Honestly, I feel like the closest we've come to that in recent memory is Karen's, because holy shit, do people get offended if you call them a Karen? And that might be more of a, there's the, gender angle to that too, right? Because in that case, you're usually only talking about females, specifically white females. Thanks, Scarlett. Yeah, and that's the thing. So, like, if I were legitimately better at, like, even when I do Russian accents, or I try to make my accents really, I don't try to make them overly stereotypical. I try to make them as subtle as possible, and if I don't think I can add any amount of subtlety to it, then that's when I feel uncomfortable with trying it, because I don't want to make people, you know, and if I do it with some people, like, I know there have been people that have commented on my use of like an English accent, different various types of English accents that are English, and they're like, oh man, that's so cringe or whatever, but they always seem to be in like a tone where it's like, ha ha ha, that's funny, you suck at it, which is fine. Yeah, I mean, sure, you're right. But I don't want somebody to think I'm joking about them, like I'm targeting them in terms of jokes. Just like, oh, this person seems to fit a more English role. So that's the thing. Even if I were to use, say, an Asian accent for this guy or Japanese accent, I wouldn't be doing it. I would try to make it subtle. And I would try to do it in a way where it's like, I'm not trying to make fun of you. It's just, I'm trying to give characters different personalities, and he seems like he might have an Asian accent. But I don't think I could do that accent very well without it seeming over the top and bad. So maybe it's mostly has to do with my own ability to give them justice. I mean, you guys have probably noticed, when I do English accents, it's like, it's actually trying to be an English accent. It's not like I'm like, hey, my apologies, I was meditating. What did you ask, sir detective? Like, I'm not doing this whole really, really, really bad Cockney accent that's like meant to disparage them. I don't like that. That's not my brand of comedy, personally. Other people can do that pretty good. I can't, so I'm not going to do it. See, Mike, I think that's a stereotype that's actually held by much fewer people than media has you believe. Most people don't go around thinking to themselves, oh, that's the white devil. It doesn't happen. A stereotype created by a minority of people who are like more extremists, and because they're so extreme, you hear that, and that sort of negativity will set in your mind. Most people don't think that. Isn't there a different name for male Karens? I thought there was a different name. Maybe somebody was trying to give it a different name. Boomer was one too, yeah. I got offended when somebody called me boomer. Not because of like, oh, how dare you call me, associate me with a baby boomer, but it's because it's like, you fucking old man. I'm like, I'm not ready to be called that just yet. Thank you very much. It does suck for people named Karen. like, your name's kind of fucked now. That's awful. And I get that, Maxim, but you just have to consider that not other people do. And that's where the problem sets in. And I don't think, I guess what the problem I had with the way you said it, explained your reasoning, or your position, was that it was like, there's something wrong with them if they do have pride in their country or nationality. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having pride in your country or nationality. But I also totally get, I don't take pride in being a Midwesterner, like, at all. So from that regard, maybe I feel you in that, you know, that sense. When people talk about where I'm from, I'm like, I don't have any pride in it, so whatever. But there are other parts of me where I am more prideful about, you know? Yep. No, I agree, Mike. It's just, and that's why, and that partly goes into why it's fucking stupid to make fun of it, right? At least in that sort of I can't think of the word. When you're actually doing it to put somebody down for something that they can't help, you're trying to make fun of gay people for being gay, black people for being black, poor people for being poor. Like, that's, especially when we're talking about children. Like, they can't help that they're fucking poor. You make fun of them for being poor kid. How do they have any influence on that? You know, that sort of thing. It's just, it is. The issue, though, that I will say, Mike, that the reason nobody just like feels like that across the board is because when you start to get characterized as and categorized as something, then you start to feel differently because you are being treated differently. When you are treated differently, you will start to feel different. And you will take little solace in the fact that it just is what it is. Oh, Ken. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of, was Ken. Even though I don't really associate Ken at all with something like that. Greg. Okay, I can see Greg. I don't see Terry, though. Terry's a very androgynous name. Mexicans go back to Mexico if you don't learn English. This is the fucking stupidest thing. You know, and these are from people who are like have grandparents that never really bothered to learn English. Like, okay, should they have went back to England or Russia or France or Switzerland or wherever they came from because they didn't know? They stayed here because that's what America was. Get the fuck over it. I mean, logically speaking, I think you should want to learn English to make it easier on yourself. Not knowing English in a country that's main language is English would be, I would think, frustrating, personally, but I still think that criticism is stupid. Well, part of that problem, Scarlett, is that there are people that they do it not because they truly feel that way, but because they're just deciding to white knight, and that can be offensive too. Although, what I always tell, because I actually have this discussion with my sister every so often, what I tell her is I'd still have a false white knight than somebody who's actively like advocating against my existence. So I don't focus as much on those types of people as some others do. But yeah, I mean, I agree. You can't just assume that they're all going to be like that. Some of them are genuinely, you know, they are genuinely joining you in your fight against oppression. We shouldn't just assume that somebody's deeds are malicious or selfish. It's lack of trust, though. I mean, that's lack of trust that's what causes all these problems. People are different, therefore they don't trust each other. Man, we got into a really... that's why I didn't want to start talking about this, because we was getting really... It brings up really deep conversations. Not that they're bad, but I mean... Be honest here. How many of you wanted to hear me talk about this as opposed to playing the game? Some of you might have really enjoyed it, but I'm guessing the majority of people are like, all right, I can get this from somewhere else. Can you play the fucking game, please? And I just want you to know that I understand your position. Well, and that's good to acknowledge too, Maxim, that's just part of it. I mean, part of my prejudices that I had growing up was because that's how it was around me. For me, it was just, and I can say this because I'm fucking 34, meaning I've had many years past those young points to be able to see outside of the place that I grew up and form my own opinions. So it's easy for me to say this. That doesn't mean I can expect, you know, my younger viewers to know this and be able to feel this way. But eventually you realize that you're able to kind of escape that sort of, not national, but, you know, those sort of community taught tendencies. You know what I'm talking about, Scarlett. The people that... There are white individuals that will join in a movement with minorities, not because they actually believe in the cause or they actually really feel for them, but because it will in some way benefit them. That's what false white knighting is. You're trying to come to their rescue, but it's really not for them. It's for you. And you're talking about situations where you try to join other oppressed categories and they reject you, probably because that's what they see you as. Now, you're not, obviously, but that's what that concept is. Those people exist. And there's so much distrust that the people that reject you are just going to reject anybody that tries to join in, which is stupid to me. That's fucking stupid. I already explained why. But this did evolve from orangutan poop, which is really interesting. I know it's my stream, but at the same time, for me, it's a balance of what I want to do versus what viewers want. I don't simply do everything I want to do. I don't feel like that's how the channel's gonna grow. Because I'm cynical in that regard. I wish I could just do whatever I want to do, and you guys are like, yeah! Like fucking Charlie. That dude's Charlie. I'm not Charlie. I'm not fucking Charlie. I'm never going to be Charlie. It can only be me. Was this your second shot or your first one? I had a much bigger issue with my first shot than my second shot. My like whole left side of my body was like pain. Ugh. But I had like nothing for the second. I can't sound like Charlie though. My apologies. I was meditating. What did you ask her to? Like it's a very distinctive monotone type voice, which is really weird. Most monotone voices aren't super distinctive. Like what, something smooth and deep? Like, I kind of do want to give him the Waluigi voice, but I just hate that voice so much. I despise that voice. Doing that for no, I can't do that. I would stop stream eventually because I'm like I can't take this anymore. I can't take streaming. Sorry guys, channel's done. We're done here.
My apologies. I was meditating. What did you ask, Sir Detective?
Actually, I'm a defense attorney. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. He does look more like a detective, though, I'd say.
I'm his assistant, Raymond. Pardon my late introduction. My name is Dane Gustavia. I am one of the pastry chefs participating in this contest. What kind of desserts do you make, Mr. Gustavia?
Why are they still here? We're in the middle of a murder investigation. Why is the contest still happening? You can take him down to the precinct. You shouldn't be here. Sound like Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls. I've tried doing the exact opposite of what the character looked like, and people did not like it. Now, to be fair, I didn't like giving Lana the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice either. But it happened, and I learned from it. Because I could always do something like,
what kind of desserts do you make, Mr. Gustavia?
I could go something like, oh, my specialty is making desserts out of candy. But, like, would anybody like that? No. No. Let's get this guy fucking Mickey Mouse voice. Oh my god, by the way. That was crazy. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Scarlett. And that's... My general point was that they'll take any type of help or these people that we're talking about where they have this problem, they will take any type of attempt to empathize, sympathize, any type of like attempt to help in any type of way is like, no, you're not us, so you couldn't possibly. And again, I do not agree with that approach at all. I think that just shows it shows a very high level of distrust, and distrust is not going to ultimately, help the world. It is a seahorse bird. Very interesting. I didn't notice that. There's a beak, but it's a seahorse. Well, good. Hopefully you don't encounter those types of people. Because, like, I've never encountered them because, for me, it's like I'm generally more so just around people that'll say that sometimes. And that makes me fucking cringe when they react that way to other people that try to help. Like, that's fucking whatever. You get what I mean. You know what I'm about. Seahorse chick. A chick horse. No. Sea chick. I think you gotta keep all the indicators in there. Seahorse chick. Or a chick seahorse. Oh, I like that one. Chick seahorse. Fear and distrust. Which is unfortunate because most people are very capable of reason. It's just a matter of how you approach them. If you're going to approach them as though they won't have reason, well then of course they're going to react the way that you assume they're going to react. They're probably getting threatened in some way. Oh, you're from Ireland? Nice. My wife and I have been trying to go there for our honeymoon for 4 years now. Just, it was going to happen in September 2020, but then COVID happened, so got scrapped, and then other shit came up this year. We've been remodeling our house. Not remodeling, but kind of remodeling our house. A bunch. So it got pushed off again. But man, I cannot wait when we're actually able to go to Ireland. That's gonna be so fucking fun. That place just looks beautiful from everything I've seen. That comes with all the DLC, right, JV? Oh, Lugia, you missed it! Sad.
My specialty is making desserts out of candy. Oh, what a cute seahorse! It was meant to be a dragon dancing in the sky. This is a dragon?
Yeah, that is not a dragon. Still impressive. Still really impressive, but that's not a dragon. Aren't there like smaller dragons that it could more similarly resemble though? I feel like there's something called a dragon that's like a real animal that doesn't look at all like a dragon. Well, that's just the thing. I think it is maybe not a need, but I do think they need help from the majority to some degree. Because if they receive no help from the majority, then it is much more difficult to rise to the same status as the majority. But it's definitely, like, the reasons that you stated are like, oh, they need help, and because only we can help them. Like, that sort of thing. Like, they're incapable of doing it on their own. And it's like, well, yeah, I agree that I think to a certain degree, some help is needed from the majority. You need some advocates there, because otherwise, how do things ever change without violence if there's no support from the majority? Because if there's no support, then you're never going to get what you want. Never going to make those inlines. Komodo dragons. Yes, I think that's what I'm thinking of. Dragon's bastard child? Well, that makes this a whole lot funnier. Dicks. Right. No, I agree with your sentiment, Mike. For sure. I agree. Yeah, no. And that's what enables those people that do it for their own selfish reasons, because that can happen, right? It's historically that sort of reward has been a thing before. Not literal medals, but you know what I mean. Some sort of tangible reward, whether it be like monetary or whatever you get from doing that. Gregory seems interesting. Actually, no, Gregory doesn't seem interesting yet. But it seems like I'm going to get more of his personality as the case goes on. He's kind of... What I've seen from him so far isn't much, but I haven't seen much of him. So, like I said, one of the things I do like about him in contrasting to Miles is that Gregory actually seems like he has room for fun in his life, which is a big deviation from Miles, right? I think it would fit better in the ocean than in the sky. I know all too well that design is my weak point. I plan to study design and undergo training in Changfa once things settle down here. I probably shouldn't touch the subject of design any further. Mr. Gustavia, if you aren't related to the investigation, why are you in this room? Legitimate question. Sir Detective wanted to know more about the desserts in this room, so he asked me to come. Since he's one of the contestants, he might know something. Mr. Gustavia, those instruments you use are quite unusual. That's a rooster, right? It's got the balls. These instruments are called candy pumps, and they pump air into the candy. They kind of look like swords. They're so cool. Indeed, ever since I began using them, no day has gone by where I didn't receive a burn or wound. That's why I wear red clothes, so that not a single stain will ever show on me. Making desserts is serious business. I am always training. Does he injure himself because he hasn't trained enough? I don't think it's that. I think he tries to do some wild fucking shit. Can you tell me about the great dessert contest that was held here? From the looks of this room, it seems the desserts weren't just for eating.
The exhibition Sir Master held was a contest in the art of desserts. The art of desserts? Desserts that are true works of art, made solely out of edible materials. The works of art in this room are all made from desserts. Now that you mention it, the whole room is filled with the smell of chocolates. Sir Master exhibits great talent in both flavor and design. If you are not able to surpass Sir Master in flavor and design, you will not be able to win. Beating the world's greatest pastry chef is pretty hard, isn't it? In other words, if I can surpass Sir Master, I shall become the world's greatest pastry chef. That was the prize of this contest.
The prize is the title of the world's greatest?
In addition to that, there is also Sir Master's treasured Angel's Recipe. If you want to learn more about the contest, just look at this piece of paper.
From the blood of my enemies. Well, Mew did make us some dessert that had some blood in it. Hey, I will say though, Mike, like I know you're poo-pooing it in jest, but look at it from the perspective of how many people are actually willing to do that. Even if it turns out that you get there and you never felt like you were in danger legitimately one time, people still, back here are like, that shit still seems dangerous. And so they're scared to do it. I don't want to fucking do it. So that's why I have great respect for anyone, including you, that do. Even if you didn't actually do much there. Just the fact that you're over there to me is fucking nuts and deserving of praise. This conversation got me wanting to go get some wine myself, Mr. Dominguez. I wish I had some rum here. Don't, though.
These were the rules that were given to the participants of the contest. Sorry, but I do not know much about the incidents. I only learned about the incident after the judging had finished.
How was the contest judging carried out?
Let's see. Sir Master started judging at 3 p.m. Starting from my room, the judging process in a clockwise... Starting from my room, the judging proceeded in a clockwise direction. I used the room to the right of Sir Master's room, which is the room we're in now. Next, the room of a female pastry chef named Delicia was judged.
A female pastry chef? What kind of person is she?
She is a frightening woman who would do anything to achieve her goal. I heard she used lots of cream to make a fantasy-themed dessert. And lastly, Sir Dover's room was judged. His works were frozen statues made from sherbet.
Wait. Fucking sherbet, or is it how do you pronounce that word? All I know is I've been saying it wrong my whole fucking life. See, that's what I always thought, Maxim, but I don't think you actually pronounce the R. So you can tell me and JB are from the same area because he pronounced it just like how I pronounced it. Do you pronounce the T? Sherbet? 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 Sherbet. Okay. Sherber. That I will say that is not how I pronounced it, but sherbet. Sherbet.
Hall discovered the body in the middle of Gustavia's judging. She panicked, and because she immediately notified the police, Master continued judging without knowledge that the body had been discovered.
See, this is what happens when you don't have a body discovery announcement.
As a result, Master judged Dover's room in Dover's absence. It seems we have plenty of room to suspect. Why can't I talk? It seems we have plenty of room to suspect Master.
I'm lacking in information. It's probably too early to object. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you talking to Mr. Gustavia about earlier?
I was asking him about the chocolate frame hanging on that wall. I thought something was missing. I thought if I asked someone who knew a lot about desserts, I could get an answer. Although thanks to your arrival, I still haven't gotten my answer yet.
Well then, since you've been waiting for so long, we can ask him about it right now.
I guess you don't understand sarcasm.
Mr. Gustavia, can you assist us with this matter?
I train in the art of desserts every day. If you have a question about desserts, please do not hesitate to ask.
Thank you very much. So I do this nook and cranny thing.
You can make such a beautiful picture out of chocolates? As expected of Master Jeff.
Is this really chocolate? It looks like an actual picture to me.
Impressive, Sir Attorney, you noticed well. This picture of an angel is not a dessert, but rather the angel's recipe.
The angel's recipe, the prize for the contest.
This picture isn't made of chocolates? Indeed, within this chocolate frame lies a recipe book. Sir Master told everyone when he explained the rules of the contest to us in this room.
So the contestants knew the recipe was here.
How about it? This frame. Don't you think it's missing something?
This must be what Detective Bad was asking. This must be what Detective Bad was asking Mr. Gustavia about earlier. This chocolate frame. There does seem to be a part that's missing.
That's what's been bothering me as well.
What's missing? Let me show Raymond the part of the chocolate frame that's missing. Oh! Oh! Oh, that voice! Pastry chef's kiss. It sounded a lot like Prozed. Prozed is fucking awesome. His voice is ridiculously amazing. Take that.
Damn. Look closely at this part with the decorations. Can you see that one of them is missing?
It's true, it's different from the other decorations.
This imperfect balance in the decorations is not like Sir Master.
Upon closer examination, it seems this frame is not the only one with missing parts. We need to investigate further. All the desserts in this room each have one part missing. Whoa, the candle holder and the sailing tools are all damaged as well. So someone tampered with the crime scene? Question mark.
He's an English voice actor. He has a YouTube channel where he does like shorts of different like topics with his own characters. They're usually quite humorous. It does sound so smooth and nice. I wish. Sound like that.
Perhaps.
Well, I'm glad I gave Gregory a smoother voice, because that would be just plain-o disrespectful.
That would just be plain-o disrespectful to Proset.
Thank you, Smoogie. Not that I remember. No, I don't think so. We've been inside his office a few times, not his home.
Maybe Master vandalized the room himself to fool us. Master Jeff wouldn't do that sort of thing to his desserts.
Damper desserts. I wonder if they are connected to the incident.
No, they're just randomly there too. Excellent. Excellent.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny.
The captain's log of a chocolate ship, which is also made out of chocolate. God.
Oh my god. I am so goddamn hungry. And like I shouldn't be, because I ate. I love chocolate. We could make a we could make a GIF for like a command for the shadow boxing. We're hype about something. I did eat enough. I'm just being a fat fuck, Mike.
Jesus,
thank you very much.
Are you kidding me?
I had a bunch of lentils. It should have been satiating. And a protein shake. Like, I should not be hungry. I'm just hungry because chocolate tastes delicious in my mouth right now. The phantom chocolate. And I don't want to
improvise, adapt, overcome.
Okay, that's fair. And that's what I'm trying to do, but I'm failing. And the Reese's that are up there, I can't just keep eating those. That's bad. I intentionally get little mini ones that you have to individually unwrap, so I eat fewer Reese's. It takes more effort to get at each one. You know, I wonder if I ate an orange in this situation, if I would be less hungry. Because when I ate that orange on stream, holy shit was that disgusting and I didn't want to eat anymore. Just get a slice of orange and be like, okay, I'm fine now. Oh. Yeah, orange mixed with chocolate is just a waste of the chocolate. My sugar intake's fine. I know, I'll get something sweet. It's not food though. Although, still not great in terms of caloric intake. But it'll distract me. Alright, I called an audible. I actually found something that's almost orange level bad that I can use to make myself not want anything else in my mouth. That's beer. And like bad beer. Well, okay, I won't say bad beer, but I'll say like very average beer. Generic beer. Don't ask me why I have it in my house. I don't know. And not only is because it's been sitting in my house for like months. So this is gonna taste what we describe as skunky, which is very similar to stale. Oh, I'm not gonna get drunk. Beer does not get me drunk, mostly because I can't drink enough of it to get drunk because it takes so much, and B, it sucks to drink. Is that a Bud Light? Okay. I might shit on Miller Lite, but I will take it 100 times out of 100 over Bud Light. St. Louis, Missouri, my ass. We go with Miller Lite. From the great city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Simpleton beer. Yes, there you go. Good way of putting it. Well, it's like they're the competitors, right? But it's insulting to ask somebody from Wisconsin if they're drinking a Bud Light. It can make people more hungry. This is a problem with me and beer though. I get really full really fast with beer, even light beer. Like I don't feel like I want to intake anything afterwards. So for me, it's a natural appetite suppressant, but for a lot of people, yes, it'll just make them more hungry. Hard liquor does that for me because I don't get nearly as bloated or like bloated at all. I mean, the orangutan shit may taste better, but I'm not sure if that's gonna give my stomach the desired feeling. You're gonna kill your gains, bruh. No, normally it would give you more of an appetite, Sarah, but for me it will make me feel full and I will not want to eat. Oh. Oh yeah, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. Okay.
It seems its title is Journal of Regret. Running out of rum while drifting at the Red Sea has really made me...
Oh, no, this is... Running out of rum while drifting at the Red Sea has really made me red with regret, it reads. What a sentence. I also can empathize with that situation. Yeah, there's orange beer. Blue Moon has an orange taste to it. Sarah, great beer is wine. That's wine. And it's significantly better than beer. IMO. Twain's rip Twain's gains. Okay, after you get past that first one, it's more tolerable because you start not thinking about it. It's like, once you get poked with the needle, and it's in there for like that first second, you're like, oh, it's in my body, it's in my body. But then you kind of adjust to it, you're like, you just start not thinking about it. At least that's what I try to do. I fail sometimes.
I don't know what kind of voyage it was, but it doesn't seem very regretful.
Well, it's regretful because he ran out of the rum, Gregory. Jesus Christ, have some sympathy.
A dessert in the shape of a candle holder, huh? It's titled Light of Life. It seems that one of these important lights isn't lit. Is it symbolic or...
Dude killed Dover and literally extinguished his light as it represented the three Are you... I think that's going a little bit extra there. What's my favorite alcohol? Rum. Rum then whiskey. Actually, no, it'd probably be rum, wine. I guess it depends on how good the whiskey is. I'll take average wine over average whiskey, but I'll take good whiskey over good wine. But rum is king. I just prefer darker stuff compared to lighter stuff. I don't get hangovers from dark stuff, which is like the opposite of the way it's supposed to be. Like vodka is supposed to be really popular because you can drink and drink, and the next day you're less likely to wake up with a hangover just because of how it's like what it consists of. Less sugar. That is not wine, no. No, not at all. You're just adding great flavor to beer. This is a fire alarm.
Let me say in advance, that's not a dessert. It's the real deal. If you press that, an alarm will sound and security will be contacted. I understand that you want to press it to see what happens, but please restrain yourself.
No, I didn't particularly feel like pressing it. Do I look like an attorney named Phoenix Wright to you?
It's because you're a defense attorney.
I don't think being a defense attorney has anything to do with it. Mike. Ugh. All right, later, Sarah. Somebody said they thought I had somebody thought that my, upper body was just fucking shredded. And I'm like, no. I have some mass to me, but it is not shredded. Oh, I'd love to have a wine collection. All the wine we get, we drink. So it's kind of hard to get a collection going when it just whoop. Best alcohol to drink to try alcohol for the first time. Assuming you can legally drink, I would really try a hard seltzer. They're lighter than beer, and the taste is a little milder. And to me, the taste is better. So like White Claw, or I guess a bunch of brands make their own hard seltzer now, but that is what I would try. If you're more of a sweet tooth, if you have more of a sweet tooth, you could try hard cider. Hard cider is really good. That just tastes like an apple with alcohol. But cider will get you gut rot really fast. So you got to be kind of careful how much you drink. Then probably beer. The problem with trying wine first is that wine will really catch up on you and you won't notice until it's too late. So that's why I would not suggest drinking wine first, just so you get a good idea of how you feel when you're buzzed and stuff like that. And you get a little more experience before going into wine. Then you try your liquors. I tried hard liquor. Well, I tried a beer first, but I was like 6 or 7 probably, because I stole my grandfather's Pabst when he wasn't looking and drank, and that's why I don't like beer now, because that shit was disgusting. But after that, the first booze I drank when I was a teenager was vodka. Vodka Sprite is a pretty good introductory cocktail. If you like orange screwdrivers, same thing. Good introductory cocktail. Yeah, gut rot is when you intake so much sugar that you get this really, your stomach feels like bleh, but it's not like overly pressured like you have gas. It's very, and it's not, you don't get nauseated from it, but it's just a very different but distinct feeling. That is true, Maxim. As far as you guys know, I don't have legs. So all I've been able to do is, Christ, Mike. Just fucking ripped. It's not bloated. That's what I mean. You don't feel like, because doesn't bloated feel like you're like gassy too? It's not like that. It's a different type of feel. I don't know. I haven't had it in a while. I wish I could describe it better. Wine can taste really good, for sure. Especially if you get like fruitier wine. Ventus claims to have seen my legs. I've shown my legs on stream before. If I sit certain ways. Even a Venus flytrap. Those things terrify me. I don't think I could have one. Wait, you mean a real Venus flytrap, right? This isn't like a like really interesting name for a beer or mixed drink, is it? That thing is, yeah, like they just blew up a diagram of the human muscular system. It's like, just make it huge. Have you seen my legs walk? For all you know, I could be levitating. I could be sitting on float materia. Oh, you're still talking about the plant. Okay, yeah. Those things terrify me. I've shown you guys my ankles to show you where my hair stopped. Captain's log, start date 237495. We are in the chocolate chip. And we are losing our warp drive capacity, and the warp core itself is destabilizing because we cannot stop eating our ship. This might be the last captain's log you ever hear from me. What did class rep delete? Oh, because there's too many capital letters. When she kept licking them. Yeah, it has a limit of like 40-something characters, I think. We've been having some convos tonight, which I'm sure people watching the VODs later will not appreciate, but it happened. So we just keep on chugging. It seems its title is Journal of Regret. Oh wait, I read that already. So this is the nope. Fuck. This picture of an angel is not a dessert, but rather the angel's recipe. The angel's recipe, the prize for the contest. Indeed, the recipe book is inset within the chocolate frame. Sir Master told this to everyone when he explained the rules of the contest in this room. So the contestants knew the recipe was here. Okay, I think we've seen everything, haven't we? What's this? These finger marks are? These are unidentified finger marks. We don't know who they belong to, since no fingerprints were left behind. Finger marks without fingerprints. These might be related to the case. It's a mystery. He was probably wearing gloves. Ugh, Detective Bad lacks dreams and romance.
I don't think there are dreams or romance at a murder scene. Ha-choo! Are you alright, Raymond? This room is way too cold. The fountain patio wasn't very warm either. This room certainly is cold. Do you want to wear my coat? Nope, I'm fine. Ugh. Because that's something you promised to give me when I become a defense attorney. Unless you die in it, apparently.
Oh God, just thinking about it eating an insect, like, and I hate spiders, but I don't want to think about them getting eaten by fucking nightmare plant. Well, it was cute.
That's right. Why is the temperature turned down so low? It's been turned down in order to maintain the chocolate's temperature. Why don't you try opening the panel cover on that wall? Panel cover. Whoa, there's a secret panel hidden there. This control panel is installed in all the rooms Sir Master prepared, so as not to detract from the dessert's presentation. The cover was closed to conceal it.
What does the panel do?
It allows you to change the temperature and the lighting in the room. In order to preserve any type of dessert, it can go down to about minus 22 degrees of Fahrenheit.
Why are we using Fahrenheit here? Aren't we a metric system country? Imagine the crunchy sound of the... Yeah, that sounds fucking awful. I would say that's a compliment. Maggie. Sure, give it an ironic name. Ironically cute name.
The room would be like a freezer. The room would be like a freezer. That's the one I wanted. It's set to 59 degrees Fahrenheit. No wonder I thought it was cold.
Ray is a temperature bitch confirmed. I could go out in 50-degree weather like this with nothing else on and be fine for hours. I don't step on dead leaves on purpose, no. But I guess that's because I'm a fucking Eskimo compared to Ray, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. I thought he was gonna say it's like 0 degrees Celsius or something. Like, okay. Or 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, okay, I get it. That's literally freezing.
Detective Bad, I'm not allowed to change the temperature, am I? Preserving the crime scene is the foundation of being a detective. But I'm not a detective. The defense attorney can't recklessly damage a crime scene either.
They can, however, very meticulously damage a crime scene.
Just gotta know the difference. Indeed, Sir Assistant, enduring hardship is also a part of training. In order to preserve chocolate, 59 degrees Fahrenheit to 64 degrees Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature.
64 degrees Fahrenheit might literally be the ideal temperature. Like in general. Give me anywhere from 65 to 70 and I'm just like, oh, this is wonderful. Go up to 80 and I'm like, ugh, ugh. At least here, because the humidity is awful. If I was in like Arizona or Vegas, I'd be like, this is wonderful. Yeah, 110, that's dry, is better than 90 degrees here, humid. I'm assuming you have there isn't much humidity in Egypt, though, I guess. That's an assumption of mine. I could be wrong. That seems higher than I would have expected. Not as high as here, but still higher than I would have expected. Leaf Angels? No. And I'll tell you why. The first time I ever jumped into a leaf pile, it was wet and disgusting inside. It didn't seem like it outside, but inside it was wet and disgusting. I never did it again. Yeah, 10%. If you give me 10% or lower humidity, I can deal with up to like 110. Probably not much more above that, but like a majority of the time I've been in Vegas, the temperature has been somewhere between 105 and 110. And we walked around the strip fine. We obviously hydrated a lot, but because you should, that's just smart. But I mean, I didn't really feel any discomfort. The discomfort came from walking so much, just feet hurt. 68? I mean, was that funny? I mean, I guess you could think of it like a cartoonish fashion. I'm like, yay! And I jump in, it's like, instead of like a dry crunching noise. And I'm just like, "Ugh!" It was not pleasant. It was not pleasant. I'm pretty sure there was a bit of dog shit in there too. Hey, speaking of Dallas, wow, that's an odd convenience. Yo, what's up, Tom? The one hotel in town, Rosy. 95% humidity. That's disgusting. That is. I didn't realize Texas was so humid. Wisconsin's average humidity is 71.6. The lowest humidity. God, get this fucking ad. Dismiss. Get out of here. That's on the higher end for sure. Vermont, Mississippi, Michigan, Louisiana, Indiana, Iowa, Hawaii, Florida, Alaska are the only states that are higher on average. So we're in what, the top 10? The lowest is Arizona. Wait, what's Nevada? Nevada and Arizona are both 38 in the mid 38% percentile. (102 degrees Fahrenheit raining is pretty. Yeah, that sounds awful. Isn't it brought up by the northern the like NoCal is more humid than the southern half, so it kind of messes up the average a little bit. I mean, its average is 61%, which is higher than I would have thought, but oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, so the more northeastern, like San Francisco. San Francisco was kind of moist, I will say, when I went there.
In order to preserve chocolates. Oh yeah, I said that. The ideal temperature for chocolate, as expected of the dessert chef. Or just somebody who's ever made chocolate before.
Actually, I'm not sure if that's true. I've never made chocolate, so maybe that isn't necessarily part of the instructions. But normally there are some storage instructions, right?
No, it is but a trifle. This is basic knowledge that anyone should know if they're a dessert chef. So, what's the ideal temperature for candy and fresh cream? As long as you watch out for humidity and hot temperatures, candy shouldn't melt. For creme fraiche, around 50 degrees Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature.
Creme fraiche! Creme fraiche!
I'm going to blame Canada. I would have been embarrassed sharing the story. Well, I would have been embarrassed sharing the story when I was younger, too. Again, once you hit a certain age, you start being like, oh, that was funny. I was a fucking idiot. Especially, I can say that especially because, like, I wasn't around a bunch of people. If it was more of like a public embarrassing situation, then yeah, it'd still be kind of hard to talk about. But something like that, like, get fucked, Twain. 6871, yep, that sounds about right. Oh, I definitely appreciate AC. Every time I feel it, I'm like, oh, I just feel so lucky. Like, legit, like, not even being sarcastic, like, oh my god. Especially somebody that has, like, asthma and shit like that. Like, my lungs just aren't super strong. So, it just helps me breathe better. Like a house with stale, like, low air, my lungs just like, time to wheeze a little bit. I remember like every negative moment of my life. It's a fucked up part of my brain. Whereas my successes, I don't remember nearly as much. Lawyer tests? What's a lawyer test? The LSAT? My exams in school? The bar exam? There's a lot of different tests lawyers take. Oh, I mean, I can only tell you what I've heard, because I didn't have to take the bar. I got to graduate and work immediately. But yeah, I heard they're a nightmare. $75 to $80? Oh god, that's high. My parents always keep it at 68. They need it. My mom at least needs it cool.
You need to watch out for the humidity and hot temperatures for candy. I see. Yes, like the humidity inside your mouth, maybe. If you actually want to preserve that. Lollipop. Detective Bad, he seemed a bit happy when we were talking about candy.
Is candy one of his favorite things? Yeah. Alright, we are done. I mean, because of growing up with my parents, during the springtime, I keep the temperature at 69 degrees because nice, right? It actually does feel good too. That's what I keep my car at. But when it gets a lot hotter, I'll let it go up to like 72. But that's normally the highest I'm gonna let it go. The bar skip, sped run lawyering. It's not this amazing skill. It's just something that all sped runners from Maryland and Wisconsin get to do as long as they're practicing within their state. If I went somewhere else to practice, I would have to take the bar exam. Not anymore necessarily, because there's something called reciprocity, but if I had left after law school, reciprocity is really cool. It is a requirement for most people. Wisconsin and Maryland are the two states that have this exception. Reciprocity is, so you are experienced in one state, so we will allow you to practice in our state as well, based on your experience. And also, like Wisconsin goes, like pure reciprocity, like you let our attorneys practice in your state based on an X amount of experience, and we'll let your attorneys practice in our state based on X amount of experience, without having to take the bar exam. If there's no reciprocity, then you have to take the bar exam. Like I couldn't just go to California and practice outside of, what is it called, pro ad hoc vitae, where you can like be admitted for one particular case or something like that. I've never done it before. I've never had a need to. But outside of that, I would have to take the bar. Kind of, yeah. Oh, it's very unfair to the rest of the speedrunners. I agree with that completely. Differentiate runs on the leaderboard. I would say that makes the most sense. Somebody want to give Tom the recap? Texas, though, also has an additional requirement that some other places don't, most other places don't have, and that's an immigration. From what I understand, you need to be specially certified to practice immigration in Texas. I don't need that here. It's just interesting how that works, because immigration itself is mostly a matter of federal law. But states can still do stuff like that. Racism. My time for her silence. Oh my god. Right, it's a generalized word, but I was assuming Zod was asking it in the legal, how it's used here in the legal sense. Reciprocal, yes. That chest is kind of big. So this is where the body was discovered?
Yeah, the body has been removed, but otherwise, the crime scene has remained untouched.
It seems that the body was discovered inside this chocolate treasure chest.
The person who discovered it was Miss Hall.
One-time only sale. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier that it's based on Atticus Finch's character. Yeah, like that. They said it's supposed to be like that's who he was modeled after.
She heard the sound of something breaking inside this room and came in. Oh wait, no. She did that, yeah. That's what I was gonna say, but you can say it too, Gregory. I would like a little more information about this. What's this? Something has been dropped inside the treasure chest. This is... It seems like some kind of seal with the design and initials carved into it. It looks like a signet crest. Was it the victim's? I don't know if it was the victim's, but we should take it for now.
How is it not taken already?
Oh shit, I'm glad you guys found that, because I definitely would not have.
To build such a large ship out of chocolate is magnificent.
As expected of Master Jeff, I want to try eating it. Although I have no idea where to start eating it from. Anywhere should be fine, but if you start eating the crime scene, I'll make you leave.
Wow, don't glare at me. Can't you tell it was a joke?
I'd like Raymond to be just a little bit calmer.
The tastiest looking water I've ever seen in my life. At least ocean water. Perry Mason? A bestseller? Oh man. But what also with like whipped cream on it? Like, oh, sorry. Fucking you guys! I was doing so well there too. I didn't even have to drink any more of the beer. And they were like, oh, whipped cream and chocolate milk and oh. Speaking of which, I need to install that, whatchamacallit, on my... What's that plugin, Trep? BBTV? Is that it? Well, I know everybody, or BTTV, okay. I think everybody's drooling right now. They would have to spice it up somehow. Because if it was like, everything was like procedurally similar, it would be very boring. For the most part. Every once in a while you'll get somebody who makes your eyebrows go, what? Of that plugin in particular. He was the one who mentioned to me that. I didn't realize it was a plugin. I just thought that was a site where you can go and see everybody's emotes.
The voyage of the good ship Red Rum is written here. It's sailed the 7 seas and in the end finally found a huge treasure with a corpse in it, modeled after the glory of an ancient adventurer. It's written here. So he failed 6 times? What an unlucky captain. No matter how many times he went on a fool's errand, in the end he reached the truth. It's just like a detective spirit.
Did detectives even exist during the ancient times? I just feel like that's a role that must exist if you investigate. If there's ever investigations, there's somebody who's detective-like, at least.
It seems the stand supporting the ship has been broken. The ship tipped over and broke the treasure chest, didn't it? Ah, maybe. Could the victim have been crushed by the ship and killed? If that were the case, this would have been an accidental death. You two aren't serious about that, right? Well, we were only discussing one of the possibilities. I was being pretty serious, though. Detective Bat, I would like you to tell me about the state of the victim. If you mean a photo of the body, here, look at it. All you like. It seems the victim was beaten to death with a blunt object. Has the murder weapon been found? You should try asking the prosecutor in charge later. Seems he doesn't intend to talk to me frankly. So, may I borrow this photograph? Every time I look at it, it makes me laugh. It ropes. Sure, it's not a photo that was taken by the police. Miss Hall took a photo of the body with an instant camera when she discovered it.
That seems kind of weird. Kind of really weird.
An instant camera? Is that like a disposable camera?
An instant camera is a camera that can develop its film right after taking the picture.
Ah, such a convenient camera exists?
Anyway, let's go over the state of the crime scene a bit. This photo, upon closer examination, contradicts the state of the crime scene. I'll have to deduce the contradiction to resolve this matter. Okay, well, let's see. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Wait. It is what I want. Okay. So the... I guess I should. To build such a large ship out of chocolate is magnificent.
As expected of Master Jeff, I want to try eating it. Although I have no idea where to start eating it from. Anywhere should be fine, but if you start eating the crime scene, I'll make you leave.
Oh, yeah. Read that already. Here, let's see. I wish we could look at this without fucking... Yeah, okay, I think I see it. This is not in the right spot. Eureka! Well, that's correct, but apparently that's not how... It is contradictory, but apparently that's not what they wanted me to present. Something that was here before isn't anymore. What, the blanket? I'm assuming he means the blanket. Something that's a little more obvious. Oop. Shit.
Eureka!
Nope. What's here that was not here before? Blanket. This half of it's over here as opposed to it being here. I really hate that they won't let you compare the two pictures. Oh, God. This is dumb. Like, if I were in the room and I had the picture, I would literally hold it up right next to the fucking crime scene. But no, you can't do it here for some stupid reason. Later, Tom. And they didn't draw his other hand, but I'm not sure if that matters. Oh, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, that should be right.
Eureka!
Do I have to... Hold on. Let's do this first. Due to the broken stand, the ship lost its balance. It would seem Miss Hall entered the room upon hearing the ship collapse.
Yeah, when Miss Hall entered the room, the ship had already fallen over.
At any rate, I wonder why the stand broke.
Maybe there was something wrong with the ship's balance in the first place.
Is that really true? I mean, this is possible. Was it tampered with? Each of Mr. Master's works had a piece that was missing. Add to the fact that the ship's chocolate stand was broken. I think we can surmise that someone ransacked this room.
And the one who did it could be the true culprit.
That I don't know, but I think it's safe to say that the ship stand got broken when the room was ransacked. And when the ship fell over, it broke the treasure chest lid. I expect that kind of lid... I expect that the lid of the treasure chest was originally closed. Okay. Even the cracks are kind of different now. What the? It's kind of weird. But that could just be the angle. Eureka! Yeah. This would be a lot easier if you could actually fucking hold the pictures up to the scene like you would in any other normal situation. Otherwise, I don't see... Blanket, cracks are different. This is over... This was... Over here is now over here. They want me to... do it this way? Eureka! I really hope not. Nope. How do you do that? I mean, that's what I've been doing, isn't it? Deduce. Best I can do is this, because once I go into check, it... Yeah, because it gets rid of this side, which is dumb. Like, doesn't make any fucking sense. But, hold on. I have an idea. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right, now. Okay, here we go. All right, now let's take a look here. Oof. There. I think that's a matter of angle. Waves. Yep. It's fine. Again, the chest here down at the bottom is moved. His right hand is here, but they don't have that outlined. The anchor's here, like it should be. This hole seems bigger here for some reason. Weird. But he said there was something here that wasn't before, or vice versa. These cracks are badly replicated. Oh, it all looks the same. Am I making this more difficult than it needs to be? Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck! I try to move it. I keep forgetting that that happens. I mean, there's several things that just aren't right about this scene, but I need to find the precise thing that he's talking about. That's interesting. I'm not sure if this actually means anything, but it looks like the debris was under him.
Eureka!
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Are you sure the only thing the police removed from the crime scene was the body? They also took the piece of cloth the body was... they also took away the piece of cloth the body was wrapped in. In that case, a major contradiction has been created at the crime scene. Contradiction? Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. Wait.
Okay, okay. I'm an idiot. I totally thought that red thing on his head was like a chef hat. That is why I didn't put that together. I totally thought he was wearing a hat that was red. And did not think for a second that was blood. So that's why it took me so long. If I had realized that was blood from the beginning, this would have been solved immediately. And I didn't even pick that spot because of the blood. I thought the debris was something interesting. Like, oh, the debris is under the body. Because unless they moved it, more debris fell on top of it. I wasn't thinking, oh, that's blood. That stain should still be there. Whoops. That would not happen in a real life scenario because it would be much easier to tell because the blood's a little easier to discern from a hat in real life. Plus, we have higher definition in real life. It just contributes to that perception. But yeah, whew. That was a big whiff. That was a big whiff on my part. Make sure to like and subscribe and be on the lookout for more elite content like that. I deserve that. The bloodstain. The bloodstain, you moron. I mean, Bad's just as bad as I was, right? Because he's sitting there like, oh my god, bloodstain. I thought that was a hat. I definitely didn't get any reports about the bloodstain being cleaned up. I'll check with forensics. Mr. Edgeworth, what happened? Comparing the photo and the crime scene, something struck me as being out of place. Which was no easy task, mind you, because I couldn't actually look at the picture and the scene at the same time. I could only look at one or the other. If I was looking at the picture but wanted to look at the crime scene, I had to put the picture down, and vice versa. Comparing the photo and the crime scene, something struck me as being out of place. Where'd this hat go? In the photo, the chocolate underneath the body remained intact inside the treasure chest. However, in the actual crime scene, it's missing. The chocolate with the bloodstain has completely vanished. Yes, did the police remove it, or was this the work of the criminal? According to forensics, no one has cleaned up any bloodstains. So they just let somebody walk in and be like, yep. Oh, I guess it could have been done before they got there, but after the picture was taken. I don't have any festering or rupturing hemorrhoids. I'm just wearing red pants. Just wearing red pants. Nothing wrong with that. I see. Well, that would mean someone erased the bloodstain. Who knows? I think you're supposed to do a little more than go, who knows? Okay. Is that everything? What are you investigating? Sir, I'm checking the temperature of the stream.
What have you learned?
Sir, the stream has warm water. The stream is connected to the fountain in the patio and runs through every room.
It's an unusual construction for a room. The minds of the rich I'll never understand. What about over here? Was there nothing suspicious in the cupboard?
No, sir.
Why do you all have the same voices? It's so weird. So there was something.
Only things like cooking burners and tableware were placed there.
I see, defense attorney. Was there nothing that you noticed? Was there nothing that you noticed?
Dude, just say the word anything. It's fine. I'm not going to think ill of you or think you're less of a badass because you say anything instead of nothing. No.
So you did notice something.
Oh, no, I didn't notice anything.
Everyone's always given replies that are difficult to understand.
That's because you're asking them questions that are difficult to understand.
I think it's your way of asking that's bad.
Appears to be a display of sailing equipment.
There's also the possibility that one of these is the murder weapon.
No, it looks like these pieces were all made out of chocolate. You can't beat someone to death with these. If they're frozen, you might be able to.
Misleading.
At any rate, they all have such good workmanship that they look just like the real thing. It really speaks about the level of skill Mr. Master has in his craft. Elegant tableware and cookware are placed on the counter. Looks like the same tea set Miss Hall was using earlier.
Was Master Jeff drinking this black tea? On this tea set, only Jeff Master's fingerprints were found.
Were his fingerprints found on any of the other cookware?
The cookware was washed. Nobody's fingerprints remained.
Or he might have been cooking with gloves on. It seems the only thing here with his fingerprints is the tea set. It seems our investigation of this room is just about over.
This should make it clear. Jeff Master is the culprit.
Why?
All the rooms in this mansion were locked from the inside. And the only way to open them from the outside was to use this key to the mansion.
Do you know who had the key?
Master was the only one with the key. There were no spare keys. By using the mansion key, Master could enter all the contestants' rooms. Of course, the key could also lock his room from the outside.
However, Mr. Master's room is currently unlocked.
Yeah, that's why I suspect Master is the culprit.
I'd like to hear your reasoning in more detail. He's mostly good. He has some gray area issues that we discovered in the prior game.
If the body had been found in a locked room, Master would have been the prime suspect. That's why Master made sure to leave the door to his own room unlocked. And to ensure that the body would be seen, Master broke the lid on the treasure chest. After the judging, everyone was scheduled to meet in Master's room. That would have created the impression that the murder had occurred while he was away. Contrary to his expectations, the body was discovered by Miss Hall. That's my reason for suspecting Master. Got that, Ace Attorney?
So you also think it was Mr. Master himself who vandalized this room?
Yeah. You defense attorneys believe that justice lies in trusting your clients, but I'm a detective. If I believed every poor sap's story, I'd let the suspicious ones get away.
I understand your reasoning thoroughly. However, I'd like you to hear my thoughts on the subject now.
Fine.
Detective Bad believes that he is right, but I won't give up so easily. I can't accept his reasoning. I'll have to show him evidence that contradicts it. Yes, you could say spoilers about the last game, because I played it. So, if I played it in the chat, I'm expecting that to be fair game.
Beer just isn't good.
Previous game. Ace of Investigations 1 versus this is Investigations 2. Detective Bad seems adamant that Mr. Master is the culprit.
I don't think Master Jeff would have broken his own creations, but why is the treasure chest broken then?
Just think back to the situation in which the body was found. In doing so, we should be able to see the contradiction in Bad's reasoning.
Cause of death seems to be a hard blow to the head by blunt objects. Some circumstances are unclear in regard to part of the treasure chest and bloodstain. All the desserts in Mr. Master's rooms each have one part missing. Blood should fall. The treasure chest lid was closed.
Entering another contestant's room before the judging is done is prohibited. Okay. This is a rather splendid design.
You think so? It seems a little eccentric to me. Not even sure how you'd pour tea out of it.
Rather than the practicality of the design, focus on its artistic merits.
Mr. Edgeworth's art sense is too high for me to understand.
There's an
engraving on the bottom. It says PH.
It's the initials of its creator, Pierre Oquette. Miss Hall and Mr. Masters seem to be big fans of this sculptor's work.
Initials, huh? If it were me, it'd be RS.
Why don't you try carving your initials on your own belongings?
Anything else about this? See anything?
Later, Mike. We have to go to press here. Hey, Monique. I'm assuming this is your raid, right? Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Also, welcome Nicholas Garcia. Thank you for joining Monique on the raid. Looking to see if I can find your command. I cannot, so I'm just going to grab the link because that'll be faster. Make sure to check out Monique's YouTube channel. There's the link right there. Looks like were you still playing Life is Strange 2? Looks like that's what you had been playing, at least. Recently. I have never completed a Life is Strange game. Should probably do that sometime. But yeah, for sure, some love to throw the raid our way. I'd greatly appreciate it. Just as I appreciate the raid itself. Oh, you just finished it tonight? Nice, nice. Yeah, it seems like a fun game to stream. I don't know why I have it, I just never got around to it. Hey, Daydreamer. Which game do I like the most so far? This game seems, this game seems better constructed so far. You get Kay kind of right away, which is nice. Kay's developed and she's just more Kay the better. The settings were more interesting. I always love flashback stuff, so this is cool. Being Edward's dad. It still has the same issue that the prior game had, in that it pads out some things that I don't think need to be padded out. But, I think the general logic seems to flow better, which is a huge deal. Even if it's silly, like last case. Like the alligator thing. Like, geez. Whew. More K is A-okay. Yeah, the only real... So I played, Until Dawn is like the closest thing I've played to that game. At least in terms of how... Well, I guess Indigo Prophecy is kind of like that, too. But it was more primitive. But I like those types of games. They're fun. I think they're also really fun to play with people. Maybe that's one of the reasons I haven't like done it yet, because I thought it might be more fun to play with KY and Tone than just by myself. But it'd be playing with chat too, basically. So yeah, no worries. Let me give some raid credits. There we go. It'll be interesting to see just how, because based on what's happening, I'm assuming we're actually going to finish, we're going to solve this case with Edgeworth and Ray. So, like, is that all going to happen in one chapter? Or are they going to break it up into 2 chapters? Like, this is chapter 3, and then chapter 4 is going to be that case. Don't tell me. Just, that was rhetorical. Just, I'm curious. See how that works out. No worries. I'm not gonna go I'm gonna go a little longer than I had planned to, just because we had that really long ass discussion. So I'm gonna add a little more time because of that. But I don't plan on going too much longer, so don't feel like you'll be missing out or anything. You believe the broken lid was Mr. Master's doing?
Yes, if he hadn't done that, the body wouldn't have been found.
Doesn't seem likely that he would break his own work while he was judging the contest.
That's right, Master Jeff would never waste a good dessert. On piece of cake, he even eats them while dancing. That TV show was irrelevant here.
Detective Bad, you know about piece of cake?
When I didn't even know of it. What? This is a surprise, so do you sing the song too? That's irrelevant. Anyway, the one who broke the lid on the treasure chest was Master.
The judging began in Mr. Gustavia's room, right?
Yeah. I too was looking forward to seeing his candy craft. If you would like, I could put on a display of my candy craft for you right now.
Oh, we're cute doggy. Could never eat that. I had an ex-girlfriend that would not eat anything that she thought was pretty. So if I bought her a treat that was too pretty, she would never eat it. She would just keep it. And I'm like, well, it's gonna rot if you don't eat it, so I guess I'll eat it instead.
What do you think? It represents Sir Detective. Is that supposed to be a police dog? No. This is a wolf. It looks like a dog. A lone wolf. Not bad.
What would my candy form be? I'm kind of curious myself. Probably a snake, because that's how everybody sees us.
Oh, but no, it's really supposed to be a dragon.
Do you know the time of the murder?
We're still waiting on the autopsy report.
About the autopsy report, how could you have arrested Mr. Master?
We don't know the time of death, but we do know when the body was discovered.
Hello, Amir. Where'd the O go? Yikes. That sounds awful.
90? That's so hot.
Yeah, I've definitely left stream on. Normally I go to my end screen, so it's not like I'm not streaming myself if it goes on too long, but like I've had that happen where I was like, fuck, I forgot about the ending suit screen's been on for like an hour. Did the hyphen push it off the ledge?
It was discovered while Master was judging Dame Gustavia's room. I believe he let the body be discovered to create an alibi.
But that alone is not enough to arrest Mr. Master, right?
Who knows? That's all I intend to say.
What?
Detective Bad, are you hiding something?
Detective Bad seems adamant that Mr. Master is the culprit.
I don't think Master Jeff would have broken his own creations. But why was the treasure chest broken then?
Just think back to the situation in which the body was found. In doing so, we should be able to see the contradiction in Bad's reasoning.
Objection!
Originally, the victim's body was hidden inside the chocolate treasure chest. Miss Hall entered the room when she heard a sound. I think it is likely that this was the sound of the chocolate ship falling over.
Yeah, that's what you would think just by looking at the crime scene.
You said that Mr. Master broke the treasure chest lid himself. But this photo shows that the ship's fall caused the lid to break. If the lid broke just before Miss Hall found the body, then Mr. Master, who was in the middle of judging, could not have broken it.
I never said that Master broke the lid directly. The ship was set up to fall. During the judging, I believe he tampered with the stand.
Do you have proof he tampered with it?
No, but the investigation isn't completely over just yet.
Well then, okay, but that doesn't mean you can just arrest him in that situation. Yeah, there has to be like something beyond just the feel of the temperature, right? Well, I'm gonna keep calling you Amiro. I was gonna ask you if you don't mind, but I'm just gonna call you that anyways. Just because Amir, it's always gonna feel like I have to stop myself. Amiro just kind of flows better. I will live my truth.
No, but yeah, this bullshit.
It seems they still haven't found anything conclusive. Have you found any other fingerprints other than Mr. Master's in the room?
Yeah, there were some left on the door. But the victim Dover and Master were also among the fingerprints left behind. Before we made our desserts, we all gathered here to have the judging explained to us. Perhaps that's when we left those fingerprints?
But you didn't find any fingerprints on the works in this room?
What?
Someone tampered with the chocolate in this room, so perhaps there are other fingerprints on it apart from Mr. Master's.
No matter what we find, it won't clear Ms. Master of suspicion.
Yeah, but suspicion and being arrestable is completely different. Okay.
Labby, hurry up and dust the chocolate for fingerprints.
Roger that, sir. Detective Bad, we found another person's fingerprints on all the chocolates in the room.
Whose fingerprints?
They belong to a pastry chef by the name of Delicia.
Good work. Return to the investigation.
Yes, sir! It would seem that there are other suspicious people besides Mr. Master after all. Are you gonna arrest them too?
I don't need a defense attorney to tell me that. I'm not stopping my investigation. We will just go and listen to what this Delicia has to say. Delicia.
Gustavia told us about her not long ago. Is she really a frightening woman who would do anything to achieve her goal?
Mr. Edgeworth, this Delicia lady sounds mighty suspicious to me.
It seems that it will be necessary for us to speak with her directly as well. Detective Bad, would you allow us to accompany you?
I'm not obligated to do that.
What?
But you were the one who discovered the truth of the crime scene. Fine, have it your way. Follow me.
Detective Bad, thank you. Detective Bad, sir! Are you sure about that? Right now the prosecutor's in the room!
Doesn't matter. Him and I don't see eye to eye. Don't see eye to eye.
Him? Who's the prosecutor in charge of this case anyway? I think I misread what that other guy said. Whatever. The prosecutor's not in the room!
Manfred von Karma.
What? Von Karma is in charge? That guy hasn't lost a case in 25 years! Manfred von Karma, the living legend of the prosecutor's office. If the rumors of his courtroom performance are to be believed, he's a man who would do anything for a guilty verdict. We would already know who the prosecutor is by this point, by the way. This isn't something we'd find out from the detective during the course of the investigation. Well, I know how it works sometimes. I'm still going to criticize it. I mean, this isn't, like, an unbelievable scenario by any stretch of the imagination. It's still frustrating, though. I wonder if you could lick them. But you would leave tongue prints then. No matter what kind of prosecutor he is, I can only hold true to the path I believe in. And this seems like a good place to end it for the evening. $37 likes. God, I really need to add more people on my late night list. I think I'm going to do that. That sounds like a good idea. Okay. I need more people to raid. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow's a Twitch night, and then we have Monday, Danganronpa, and Wednesday more of this. Because I will be out of town next weekend, starting on Friday. So there will be no Friday stream of either, or member stream, because I'll be out of town. So, yeah. V3 stream on Monday, Investigations 2 on Wednesday. Stop talking about how yummy it is! I have to drink more of this now. Thank you to Monique for the raid. Who else raided? Didn't somebody else raid? Apologies again for the kind of long discussion that we had earlier about kind of a sensitive topic. But I know people are probably like, we don't care. But I want those that care to know my inner thought process as to why I do certain things, because I think it's important. So, but I went about 20 minutes longer than I'd planned on doing, so hopefully that made up for it somewhat. Okay, I must be thinking of the other night then. In any case, thank you, Monique, for the raid. Much appreciated. Yeah, hope to see you guys during your during my next stream, during your next viewing session. Remember, chef hats aren't red. That's blood. All right, everyone. You have a fantastic night. Stream is adjourned.
This one seems significantly
No,
less
it's not. That
perilous.
was stationary, so.
God, stop it.
Tell the game to stop it. That's probably my least favorite thing about this game so far. Is that fucking music.
It wasn't nearly as derpy as you made it sound.
Are you sure?
It'd be so much funnier. Okay, wait for it to go. It's changing.
Hold it right there!
Oh,
Damn.
well.
He's such
That guy looks like he belongs at a magic tournament.
The guy with the oval
With the
glasses.
sunglasses. He's got like the box mustache and like the sunglasses.
Pretty sure I played against somebody like that
Yeah,
before.
exactly.
I'm pretty sure those are transition lenses.
Yeah, they're mid transition.
They just haven't fully adjusted from coming in outside.
Damn, and I was thinking about getting transition lessons too, then I'll definitely be a nerd. And you got dude with a fucking zoot suit and a huge hoop earring on.
Zoot suit.
Did you leave your fucking fedora at home, dude?
Oh, this guy's got a lot of health.
Yeah,
he
he's
does.
also wearing his grandma's cardigan too.
Shut up, dude. I'm trying to get him up.
Oh, nice.
Too bad
There
none
you
of
go.
them wearing hats. Could have been like, nice hat. So, you know what that sounds like? You've got like both cheeks full of like wet gummy bears.
Just full of food. The video probably was immortalized forms of that drunken memory. A beautiful specimen, my daughter. Well, perhaps your memory will return in time.
Bring her out then.
Yeah, right? Well, what's wrong? She's dead, you fucking insensitive prick.
Sorry.
So I just hold up on the D